Okay. Hey, listen. I kept wondering why I couldn't do the chat overlay, like screen myself for YouTube. But guess it turns out it's not available on the free plan, which is on StreamYard, which is fine. I don't care. Doesn't matter. What's really annoying right now on my phone, it's taking up more than the screen. So anyway, I thought I'd go live early today. I named it Saturday. I should change the name. I will probably change the title, but let's see what happens first before I actually change the title, because I was feeling like there's people that don't have a place to go sometimes, where they don't have to talk about some lawsuit somebody on YouTube is trying to project, or somebody talking about somebody else on YouTube, someone trying to steal their thunder constantly on YouTube. There's a lot of people out there that feel that way, especially channel owners. Just a minute, let me mute. See, this is the problem with this, is because I can't see. There's the mute. Yeah, there's people out there that are feeling kind of like, oh, every time I say something, hang on, I'm going to sneeze. Somebody says something about it, and it's not true. That's how they're feeling. Whether it's true or not in the other person's eyes, it translate, whatever you say translate into their head is something that we don't understand. There's something going on in their head that says, this is how she said it or he said it, and this is what they really meant, and they were talking about me. But you know what? Maybe they just weren't even thinking about you, even if you were right in their chat talking in the side chat. Yes, there's people that take things to heart, but sometimes it's just because they're a narcissist, believe that everything someone says is about them. That's why I don't have any trouble when I go around on YouTube, even if they say my name. If I know it isn't true, it's not about me. It's about them talking about me, in trying to put me in a bad light because they're angry because they heard something that didn't even apply to them. I find that interesting, and it happens to me a lot. And I have a few people that are just like typically angry at me all the time. Now, some of the people that come here know me well enough to know that's not true. So it's the people that don't come here that are going to just assume, oh, they've heard all these rumors. Well, fine. You go by rumors. I don't go by rumors. That's why I go where I want. That's why I still go over to places where either I'm not welcome or I don't like them. I'll still go over there and watch, because what I might have heard about them or what I'm hearing about them may or may not be true. So what am I doing? Am I trying to judge the person that I'm listening to, or am I judging the person that they're talking about? Which is that my choice in life? No. There are many more choices. Hello. Totally there are. You know there are. This is a seed pod, and it was in the middle of the sidewalk by itself, away from all the other seed pods. Maybe maybe the wind blew it in a little bit of a direction. It said, "Yeah, I think I'll go where the wind blows me today because I don't want to do what I always do." You know what I don't want to do? I don't want to pretend that I'm an artist and go on YouTube and do art, or go on YouTube and pretend that I know how to do crafts. Gladys, you made it. Was it a long stair climb or what? Jedi Miller's wearing a tutu. I wish I could see that. Can you post the link? Oh, I guess not, because you're not a mod. So what, did you do a video of Jedi Miller in a tutu? So I realize I'm not doing anything different than I normally do. If I do stuff on camera, it's usually I'll cook, or I'll eat, or I'll drink coffee. It's my favorite drink is coffee. And because I like it so much and I don't want to give it up, you know how a lot of people say, "Oh, I can't drink coffee anymore. It's not good for me." Well, that's because they drink that fancy coffee, Either it's got like a lot of added things in it, which are not good for you, all carbohydrates, or it's the real coffee beans ground up, and for some reason it's works as a wonderful laxative, to say. So I like coffee so much that I don't want problems with it. So sure, once in a while I'll go to Vietnam and have a Vietnamese coffee. I love those with my banh mi, you know, the Vietnamese sandwich. That was funny. I forget who I was listening to the other day, and they were saying, what is that thing that they make in Vietnam? Is it banh mi? No, it can't be that. No, but yeah, it is that. That's what it is. It's like a Vietnamese submarine sandwich, and it does have pate in it. I can't remember what they thought was in it that they didn't want to have. It might have been the pate, but yeah, it's a good sandwich. Oh, he's flaunting it on his own channel. Well, that's wonderful. How did we get there? He's embracing his ballerina. Yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, I told you guys there's a ballet school right by the bus stop where I take my bus every morning. And these two, I mean, seriously adorable ballerinas, a boy and a girl ballerina, were walking, and they stopped and talked to me for a minute, and I was like, I want to take their picture. Just the two of them, like just walking, and put them on my channel because they're so cute. But then I just decided not to. Sometimes they probably would have gone for it, but whatever. Anyway, can't use other people's children on my channel. They were so cute, though. I mean, I'm not saying they were children because they were probably 18, but you're somebody's children. I don't want to exploit them because I'm making thousands of dollars on my channel. So, yeah. So, what happens to people? I spent a week running around, doing the stuff that I do every day, all of the things. I don't have a job, but yeah, stuff takes up my time. Definitely, definitely having to ride the bus takes up a significant amount of time in people's schedules. That's just the way it is. So I think I have the link pinned, but there's nobody in the chat right now. So I might just go for a walk. What do you think? Go for a walk and get. Let me show you something. There's my coffee cup surrounded by what is there? There's a tea towel and a sock surrounded by laundry. This is the table that we fold the laundry on. And I didn't turn the light on because I'm a vampire. Not really. Do you think? I mean, I guess there are people that like do vampire type rituals, but I ain't one of them. I drink coffee. So, oh yeah, I was explaining the coffee situation. I like coffee so much that I drink instant. It's just to flavor the water because I don't like tap water, and I don't want to drink bottled water anymore because it's full of particles, apparently, plastics, whatever. So, no. So it's going to be tap water and coffee, instant coffee from now on, with some Coffee Mate maybe, or half and half. I don't put sugar in my coffee, so that's all. So the plan is today, since nobody can really monetize on YouTube anymore. It's going to be a couple of years. I'll probably just do a really long stream, and people can come and go, kind of like a open house. That's what I'll change the title to. Saturday open house. Let me do that right now. So do that on the iPad if I can. Look for StreamYard. Edit. Enter Studio. Edit. Oh my gosh. Let's try it this way. Okay, there we go. Saturday. Let me see if I do this, what happens. Because I hate that thing. It's in the way all the time. All right. Move over here. We're edited. We didn't do a thumbnail, so let me create with AI a thumbnail. What color should I make it? I'm going to make it green. There we go. Wait a minute, I messed up. Edit the thumbnail. No outline. Something happened in StreamYard where my time. It's not real time on StreamYard. So when I put show date and time, it's actually 2 hours later. So I'm somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to apply it anyway. The thing I like about date and time is so that I can remember when I did something. And we're doing the landscape, and we're going to save the changes. There we go. Oops, and then it said an error occurred. Save changes. There we go. So anybody that's looking will see a new thumbnail, whether you like it or not. It's my frat house. Yeah, well, I guess it could be that. So do you think I should heat up that coffee, Gladys? We have a microwave now. I could show you all that because we didn't have one before. You know what I think I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to reboot this little phone so that it goes back to regular size. I don't know why it's large. Like maybe it's in settings. Let me go check my settings. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. How is my sound, Dan? Since the universe is listening, is the sound okay? Do I have to adjust the sound? This has already been a long day. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. So, can you hear the sound? I'm here at the laundry table with the socks, and there's like a little face cloth here. The sound is great. Okay, because we worked on the sound last two streams on this stupid little phone, and I finally, like when I rebooted, I was able to squish the screen. Do you know what I mean? When you're on a phone, you use two fingers and you pull them together to make things smaller. Somehow, everything had gotten big on the screen, so I couldn't see anything. It was. I don't know if I can explain that to people, but yeah, that's what happened. And this phone is so old and crotchety, it takes a minute to do stuff. It's old. But that's okay. Don't fear, because if something were to happen to this phone midstream, I also have my iPad open. I can switch over to my iPad at any given moment. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to take this and I'm going to go upstairs with my coffee, because I got this coffee for free yesterday. Oh, look what else I got for free yesterday. Look at it. It's a dehumidifier. And it was in the box, brand new, for free. And I actually got two. Okay. This is what happens when I don't do the dishes. When I do the dishes, I put the dishes away. This has been like this for 2 days. What to do? See the butter dish? I use this for my phone, to prop my phone up. Works really good. Gives the perfect angle. What do you want to look at? Since I don't want to, what is it? Scar people for life. Give them something to look at. That isn't me. So I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll show you in a minute. This was left over from the dinner party on Thursday. Yes, they were in the fridge. I'm okay with it. first. I have to put my coffee in something else to heat it up because obviously my metal container is not going to work. But I'm also going to heat up these pot stickers. So what do you think? Should I fry them? Oh, very impressive acoustics, yes. I mean, I'm trying to get back to my roots of how I used to stream all the time because people have been like trying to make something where there isn't anything. And it just like, it makes me think, why, if they, okay, look, if somebody wants something out of a stream, for instance, they want to see art or crafts, why would they come here and ask for that or suggest that people do that? I find it weird. Like there's so many channels that do it. That why would you expect people here to come to this channel to start producing stuff for you? Like if you're a consumer and you're spending money, I maybe like if you're in a restaurant, you're trying to order food, you're going to tell me what to heat up in my microwave. Sure. Okay. Speaking of which, microwave. There's the pot stickers. I'm going to go heat those up. And I'm going to put my coffee in something so I can heat it up. Where is it? Where is my coffee? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. So, to heat up the coffee, I'm going to put it in this container here. It was handcrafted. No, it was made in a factory, I'm pretty sure. So this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to heat up my coffee. I got this coffee for free. It's percolated coffee. You know what? It doesn't have to be that deep. Now I'm just making a mess. There's my little sponge to clean up my mess. You know, if I had somebody on panel with me, I wouldn't have to make all this racket. So here we go. We're going to go to the pantry with the coffee. Look at this poor plant. It's dying. I'll show you why. I'll show you where it came from. This is the pantry. I don't know why she buys so many bananas when only 2 people in the house eat bananas. That would be me and her husband. Okay, what's this? Yeah. Oh, she bought tonic water. You know what that means. She was serving gin at her party. There it is. It's in the microwave. Now, this is new for me. Oh, I've never seen it in the daylight. I could have used where it says beverage. Here, let me stop. Okay, here, beverage. There. Should be the exact amount of time for a beverage. Look at the little, she did a little truffle tray on top of the microwave in case you want to add some truffle flavors. Yeah, this is the pantry. It's the butler's pantry. We have a tiny microwave and a jug of water. What else have we got? We've got Spanish peanuts. What do you call that? Flaxseed? Or no, I don't know what those are. There's that's that tapioca for the bubbly tea. Sesame seeds, raisins, cranberries, granola, some kind of kid cereal that my grandson's very thrilled about, and these things that everybody loves. Oh, so now it's locked. It took me a while to figure out. There's a little thing here. It shows an oven door. Where is it? You press it, and it unlocks the microwave. See? Now the coffee isn't too hot. I can actually carry it with my hand in the glass container. Now, for the next ingredient, I'm going to use milk, if we have any. Guess what? There isn't any milk. So then I go to the next best ingredient. So I was keeping this ingredient in the pantry. Can you hear my flip-flops when I walk? This is what I'm using for my coffee. Let's see what's in it. It says rich and smooth. Non-dairy, lactose-free, gluten-free, cholesterol-free, recyclable canister. Total fat 1%, saturated fat 3%, no cholesterol, no sodium, total carbohydrate 1 gram, total sugars 0, no sugar, no carbohydrate, 1 gram of carbohydrate. Fantastic. And I always keep in the container, I keep this little plastic spoon so I don't have to go look for a spoon and wash it every single time. Every single time I make coffee, I do not want to use a spoon. There. So that's a new instrument. I'm playing an instrument, everyone, called stirring the coffee with a metal spoon. This is an arduous task, my life. Okay, so did I show you everything? No. I showed you the pierogi. No, the pot stickers. They have to go in the microwave. We also have these. And we have some salad. So that's the salad. So those are the other ingredients I will be using. Give me 1 second while I heat up my pot stickers. Yeah, this is kind of what happens when people get involved with their personal issues on my channel. Oh, is little Miss here? You want to hear her voice? Come in. Where is she? You got to have the Kikamania. I don't know. We go to the Asian market, so it's what it is. Who's in the back? Let's see. Okay. Cannot verify who this is. Who is this? Oh, it's Jason. Jason, why are you putting a block camera as your icon? I wish I could have you up, but all of you guys have been so bad at this. You've all been so horrible at YouTube. It's like, to me, it's preposterous to even think. From all of you over here, I gave you such good instructions, and none of you passed my classes. All of my students failed. You always ask why, and I say the same thing. And if you're not listening to my words, and I'm saying it now, this applies to everyone, that you guys don't know how to behave in public. You act like you've never left your homes. Okay? When you come to my channel, you have to act the same way as you would if you're in public. Like Diamond Art, Kirsty. She knows how to behave in public. That's why she comes up on my stream, no problem. No, it's too late. There's no going back. I tried the going back thing with Black Eagle because I really like her. And I know you don't like her, Jason, but I really like her. But I tried it with her, and she just doesn't know how to behave in public. Period. Things are going on. She normalizes really disgusting behavior. She does it in the side chat still. She thinks it's okay. It's from the friends that she hangs around with. She didn't learn it here, trust me. Much as she might say on her channel that she learns her bad behavior from me. No, she does not. And I get it. People want to blame other people on their behavior. I'm sure I do it too. But I have to draw the line when it comes to people doing racist and just like really inappropriate stuff. Talking about LGBTQ, all of the things, body shaming. What else do they do? Expecting, really, you expect everyone on the planet to be beautiful for your consumption. Beautiful people don't want to be seen anymore because they're treated so terribly. Hi, Amy. I love the black heart. It's perfect for me. She's a black-hearted woman. There's some people I just can't. I've tried. And maybe you haven't done certain things on my channel, but you've done some things in my side chat for sure. And yes, I have an open side chat just for that purpose. You think the open side chat is so that I can have drama? No. My open side chat is so I can figure out who really should be on panel and who doesn't know how to behave. Trust me. Trust and believe. Okay, so I made a little plate for myself here. The only thing I can trust these days is the fruits and the vegetables that I put on my channel. If I could afford or whatever, I don't know what. What the heck? I'm trying to find some pepper. So I had to go to Christmas. Is this pepper or salt? Oh, this is the salt. The Grinch is salt, and he's pepper. Okay, so put salt and pepper on. That's done. My meal is cooked. Here's the thing, Jason. I don't know if you're still listening. You're probably not. You're so self-absorbed, all of you. Which is fine. That's okay. You can be that way. Doesn't bother me one bit that you're self-absorbed. I mean, what you should be doing is going around other communities looking for places to go jump on panels because you will find them. They're out there. And they will let you talk. Don't rely on the people that you know because the people that you know you. That's the problem. Super serial. Yeah, the cognitive skills. Like, hey, ask a question and then don't listen. That's perfect, right? Okay, so finally I can see the chat because I have my iPad here. See, so I can read the chat. Whatever. I should bring the butter dish down here so I can prop my phone up on that. Here, let's find my little thing. Come on, there we go. Good grief. Yeah, you blocked your friends, bro. And then I thought Carrie was paying Jason's internet bills. The way she talks, she's so kind. What a joke. Such a kind person. I see Bee Haven found a place to offload her excess crafting crap that she doesn't want to do anymore because she injured her finger. She sent it over to Lady Scrapper's house so they can call her kind. She's the kindest person in the universe. Oh yeah. You know what I think Carrie does? The whole thing with the vet bills is she goes and she looks for dogs or cats that are like literally dying on the side of the road because there's plenty of them in Texas. And then she cradles them in her arm and takes a screenshot or a photo of this dying animal. And then she grifts for money. What a great idea, huh? Who would have thunk someone would come up with such a great plan? Because you can't make money on YouTube anymore. You have to beg and get PayPals if you want money. Right. I'm not afraid to say it. People think I'm a fool because I meet so many fools on YouTube. Now I'll be observing. This is all allegedly, of course. Absolutely. That's not, what they do is not trolling though. That's real life stuff. I don't approve. I know that's why I'm your mother. Because you're like, how does she know? Like, I was the only one. It's inherent. Yeah, I've been around the tubes for a long time, Carrie. And your little shenanigans are nothing. You thought you learned something from Pandora, Mrs. Analyzer. No, same thing, different day. Well, yeah, I can tell the truth. I don't, excuse me, I don't always know the truth. I sometimes get things wrong, so forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm so gangster. Honestly, I am. I am the OG YouTuber. You have to understand, I lived with a child that was way above average IQ and had schizophrenia. He couldn't get anything. You know, when he started asking me to buy AK-50s, what do you call them? AK-27s, 50s, 40s, I don't know what they're called. Do you think I buckled down to his? No. Now, if that lady from Sandy Hook hadn't bought her son an AK-47, she'd probably be alive today. And when people buy a gun, they don't look at the warning label. It says most deaths occur from domestic violence. That means domestic violence means within the home. So when you're buying a firearm, unless you're using it for hunting, you don't have a use for it. I'm not against people owning guns, but where are those people with their guns right now? Why aren't they storming the White House or Mar-a-Lago or wherever the hell that they have to take over the government now? That's what they got them for. Isn't that what the Second Amendment was for? So that the government could not overthrow the public? Self-defense at the kiddie pool, right? I know when my son went to high school in Houston, they had to go through metal detectors and they had campus cops. They actually had cops in the hallways. The hall monitors were cops, police officers with guns. They really should do that in every school. I wish they could afford to do it. Legalize fist fighting. Yeah, I mean, look, we don't have to like everybody, right? But when you start treating people a certain way, that's a red flag. Like, that's why Black Eagle can't come up here. She treats people a certain way, according to her, whatever her cult is, that all left YouTube because can't behave in public. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about you. You want to talk about me? You don't want this smoke. Trust me. Black Eagle's just a bully, and she'll make up stuff just to prove her point. Let's see what Dan says. Dan says, that's what Dan says. I don't believe it though. I do like Black Eagle, but she just doesn't know. She doesn't know her place in life. Well, that's, she's going to make you feel that way, Super Serial. That's part of her charm. Pretty funny. But you don't have to worry. I'm not going to put her up here anymore to display her behavior. It's not good. I mean, it was never my intention for her to behave that way. Some people do put her up because they know she'll behave controversial. But the controversy that she evokes is not good for her own health. She seems to, when she says things out loud, she thinks they're coming from someone else, and they're actually coming from her own head. The thoughts she's having, she thinks she's hearing them out loud. Nobody else can hear it. It's with the shrimp. Yeah, that's right, Dan. Dan, you get so lucky to get a crazy person. Not that easy. I remember thinking that when I was a teenager, that dudes seem to like women that are a little wackadoo. I mean, why not, right? Especially back then when men were expected to take care of women financially, I mean. Exactly. The thing that amazes me, though, is I've spent a lot of time carefully analyzing, like literally years of my life, analyzing how people mess up on YouTube where they wouldn't in real life. I mean, some of them do mess up in real life, clearly, but I was specifically looking for things that YouTube wouldn't like, and I pointed them out, and everybody laughed at me, and now they're all over somewhere else, never to be seen again. Well, I don't know what to say, Super Serial. It was that good, huh? 5 pounds a month. All right, for life. You know, Texas isn't the only state, Super Serial. You could move to Louisiana. Although the Gulf of Texas also has shrimp. And it is right next to Louisiana, so let's try not to talk about what we do as the characters here that have developed themselves for your fantasy purposes, I guess. I don't know. Well, maybe Dan. I'm not sure. You know, I decided today that I'm not going to read every single line in chat when I'm talking because I want people to have to pay attention and look for themselves. Did you see that my breakfast I made? Hard-boiled eggs, pot stickers, and salad. Well, they say the cold water shrimp and lobster and fish, ocean fish, are more flavorful and they have, I don't know, the omega-3s, more omega-3s in there. Okay, I'll try to read the chat, but some of the things you guys say in chat, I can't read out loud on my channel. So then when I can't, I'll direct someone, I'll direct the people listening to the chat that I'm talking about. Like I'll say, oh, the canon of Amy. I was going to say Amos. Sorry. This is why Perplex QT still has a chat. And she still has people come into her chat. Even though she's egregious, she reads her chat. She reads the questions and she answers the questions. It makes it more palatable for people that are watching the replay and can't get the chat up, or if they just want to listen to it on their phone. Miltsy's mole. Who's the mole? Maybe they have me blocked because I don't know who you're talking about. Maybe Miller has me blocked on his troll channels. Or maybe it's Carrie, because she has me blocked. It used to be Samara was the only channel that had me blocked. And then when she finally unblocked me after a year, because I'd still talk about her. You know, that's for the people that are new here. If you block me so that I can't read you in chat, then you can mess with my chat. Or you can mess with me in other people's chats. That reserves the right for me to talk about you on my channel, because that's the only way that you can hear my message, right? You chose to do it that way, so I'm not going to chat with you in the side chat. I'm going to say it out loud so everyone can hear. How about that? Let me tell you what it's like to be 70. I've been watching, yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever. So if you're going to block me, pay the consequences of me talking about you. I hear you guys talk about me, so I want everyone to hear what I say about you. Everyone that comes here, anyway. So we've had a few people, like Carrie, and Black Eagle, and Jason, that have made it not fun anymore. So now they're not welcome. Well, they're welcome some places, but where they go is like totally not fun. The flakiest people ever. And it's not that they're not welcome. They're allowed to come and chat in the side chat. I don't mind that. But they're just not welcome on my panel anymore. That's all. It's not that hard to grasp. You have to know how to behave in public. You know, bringing up your flea-infested animals in in your community posts or on your live stream or on other people's live streams. It's really bad practice. We want to see the healthy animals, and the animals that you're deliberately killing for grifting purposes. We don't want to see them. It's disturbing. Yeah, I'm 70. You know what? I go out every day, except sometimes not on the weekends, but sometimes I don't feel like getting up and going out. I'm old. I don't have a walker though. I eat the correct things for my health, for my body, for my bones to function, right? For my muscles to function, like protein, like animal fat is good for you. you only you only follow successful people. Well, if you want to know how to live, you have to research it. And everybody's body is different. So if you do have a mental illness, I'm not against people having that, and you have to be on some kind of medication, sure. But find out what that medication depletes in the rest of your body. Like, try to find out things and try to eat so that you can at least try to combat whatever the drug might be doing to you physically. Yeah, that went way over the line for me. I was so disgusted with that, Amy. I'm not going to read the comment. Somebody else can read it if they want to. But yes, weaponizing tragic losses. You don't do that in someone else's chat, number one. If you want to weaponize your tragic loss, you should do it on your own channel, unless it comes up organically and you might cry or something. That's happened to me. I've been on other panels and I started to cry a little bit because somebody asked me about it. I don't recommend people ask me because I could cry, and that's real. And that's, just what happens when you have real tragic losses. You don't giggle because you're on a drug, the drug that protects you from acting normal and in real life, but it makes you feel good. So this is not a solution. Like for me, taking a drug to mask the loss or a tragic loss, so I'll giggle at everything inappropriately, that no, I'm not going to do that. That's not good. That's not good for anyone. It's harmful to other people. I know. Like, why would anyone know that, Amy? I didn't know it. That was but why do that in my chat? Do it in your own room. In fact, she made fun of me for liking you. Whoa, wait, slow down, Betty. Just because you have a bad experience with somebody, because you don't know how to behave appropriately, doesn't mean that person has to have a bad experience with everyone. They're not going to be that way. The more you do bad behavior, I'm not going to say it's right. I don't agree. Like, I'm not going to go against it. Your bad behavior doesn't bother me, but blocking me does. That's a personal insult, and I'd take it personally. Yes, and this is what my immigration lawyer told me, by the way, Dan West, because I was like, I'm not sure what to do. He was like, Go out there and enjoy your life. And I said, you know what? You're right. And that's what my whole plan was after that. Who needs to go to church? Just go to an immigration lawyer. They'll tell you how to feel. Just go and enjoy your life. And that's what people should be doing. And I do. And that's why I come to YouTube, because I do. I enjoy people. I enjoy people from all over, because I traveled my whole life all over the world. And so I enjoy that type of interaction where, people are different and they have like oddities and weird stuff and stuff that, I find interesting. Oh, this one I like, Super Serial. Let me show your comment. Oh, it wouldn't let me. Guess what, Super Serial? YouTube won't let me show your comment. But yeah, I whoop her. No problem. See, I'm drug free, so drug and alcohol free, and I quit smoking, so I can knock people out even though I'm 70. I still want to smoke though. I'll be truthful about that. Okay, you could say Mud Russell. Apparently, you couldn't say the other Russell, so I'm not going to say it, because if YouTube won't let me unhide it, I'm definitely not going to say it. Clothing optional, yes. I had a friend in Canada that actually did that. That was a big thing in Canada at the Surrey Inn. You can't get any more redneck in country than the Surrey Inn, let me tell you. No, Coda doesn't. Yeah, you doubt if he'll be dating anyone from his chats or panel. No, Coda does not want to date anyone specifically. I think he likes to have a lot of girlfriends right now until he finds the right person, because he's really a smart guy. He's very intellectual, and I think also, like, his health has been diminished so badly, and I think he's worried about his demise, that he would like to enjoy his life while he still has it. And why shouldn't he? And that's the safest thing to do, is have, interaction with people online. But if people are going to make fun of that, I think that's dumb to make fun of that. I think people should enjoy their life on online, their online life. Well, I can't see what that says. I think, yeah, Amy likes Coda. I like him too. I like people with good brain power. Sorry. And, it's unusual in someone that drinks as much as he does. But there's a few, that don't lose all their brain cells. He's a repressed artist. Yeah, there's plenty of them from the old neighborhood, the old hood. My husband was an artist. It's bronze sculpture. He's got his name on a lot of things. And no, he doesn't have the same last name as me, so you can't figure it out either. Unless you know an artist who looks like Indiana Jones. You invited her to buy you lunch at the Golden Corral, right? Not Chick. The Golden Corral restaurant in Childress, Texas, and she declined. After all that grifting, she should have tons of money to buy people lunch. Oh my goodness, how cheap can you be? I would take anyone to the Golden Corral. That was when I lived in Texas. That was one of my spots. I like their steak sandwiches. Can you imagine? You can go to a restaurant. I forget how much it costs to go there. I used to take my kids there and get free steak sandwiches, and I'm talking like little cooked steaks on like garlic toast. Oh my God, so delicious! It's called the Golden Chick. Is that better than the Golden Corral? Yeah, go to Bucky's. Or what was that other one? The Flying J. The Flying J rest stops were good. You could go in there, take a shower, and buy lunch, and some T-shirts and snacks and beer. You take your men to the Blue Oyster. Super boring. Hi, super boring. You didn't get the color right on your icon. Flying J's have decent lot lizards. We had our Flying J in Texas was also our Greyhound bus stop, so it was great for lot lizards. Just saying. Is that near the ends up? I don't know what that is, Dan. Should I look it up? Is Dana here? Who's calling Dana to call in? She might not be awake yet. It's pretty early in California. Here it's 9:30. It's only 6:30 in the morning. I'll do a marathon today, and Dana will have time to jump in here. Oh, the Houston Texans is that a football team? Like the Longhorns, is that a football team too? You're a mall cop? Okay, super boring. That one is a mall cop. I actually knew a real mall cop back in Canada. He was a Native Indian guy, and the Native Indians owned, um, I forget the name of the mall, but there was a mall in North Van, and it was owned by a Native Indian band that he was part of, and he worked as a mall cop there. He wanted me to marry him. He was so cute. He was like, Dory, you can marry me. I could give you native status. I live in Canada. We get free medical. I don't need native status for that. That's not a selling point unless you're dumb. Sorry. Just saying. Shut up. Super boring. Do I have to slap you around? Would that help? Would that make it go quicker? It make me want to stop reading chat. Ruin it for everyone. Purple hearts. Oh, you're from Perplex QT's channel. You want to talk some drama? That's drama right now. The drama is, and Andy Cruz said it best. He said, people on YouTube are using suing each other as a form of entertainment. Unbelievable. But I think Laura Perplex QT hasn't really gotten in. She's like somehow always misses the bus on all that stuff, but she gets in on the bottom. It's kind of like shameful the way people behave, though. So there was this girl called Burnt Toast, and she was like, she called herself Indigenous. I don't know if she is. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her picture. Don't know. But she says she claims she's Indigenous, so she has all the rights. Okay, she gave herself all the rights by saying she's Indigenous. Now, you might want to hide yourself from people so that they can't see you in order to prove that you're Indigenous. People, if they look at my original passport photo, I look Indigenous there. I do. People mistake me for Native, but that's bone structure, and it's I'm going to say Inuit, not the indigenous people of the South. Miller didn't chase a single person off. Honestly, he's one of the reasons why people still hang around, because he makes life a little bit less than interesting. More than interesting. You know what I mean? No, Miller uses his brain, and he mostly spends time on his channel being himself. He's totally himself. I don't see a problem with him. Yes, whatever. I mean, he's a kid at heart. I see that it's kind of an 80s thing where people born in the 80s seem to love and enjoy superheroes and toys and stuff. I mean, anybody will tell you that if you're born in the 80s, that's what you like. If you're born in the 50s, like I am, you like candy, ice cream, and hot guys. No, I don't know. Maybe not hot guys. Just sounded good. And flowers in your hair. And folk music. Do I need to go on about the 70s? I mean the 50s. People born in the 50s. Generation Jones. Sure, who wouldn't go to a Toto concert with Mills? You know what the thing is with Miller is that I feel very comfortable about, if I was just his friend hanging out with him, that he wouldn't have no problem handing me one of his silver bullets and say, here's this one's for you. Let's cheers. You know, I think he's probably a pretty good guy. Is that Asuka or whatever, however you say it? Azuki. Oh, you want me to start deleting your comments? Super boring. Just going yeah. No, it's fine. You can. Did I do Coke? A Coke and a smile? I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep you company. It's the real thing. I didn't do Coke, but I lived with a crackhead. Does that count? For 10 years? People got addicted to crack in the 80s, not Coke. You know, my crackhead could not bring himself to live on the streets like other crackheads. he was he came to Canada. He was a He was a celebrity delivery guy in LA before he came to Canada. He's originally from Texas. He's the one that George Michael hit on the highway, on Highway 10, I-10. Anyway, he was he used to do the pickups for the celebrities for their drugs. He drove his girlfriend's car so he couldn't get in trouble, and he was big and scary, so no one messed with him. And he just pick up the stuff and drop it off at the freaking Beverly Hills or wherever it is they wanted him to drop it off at. There's a living in drugs. You don't have to always be an addict. And then he became an addict when in Canada he became a crackhead when crack became popular. It was like literally ask Coda. It was flying through our neighborhood. I don't do drugs though, so, and I'm allergic to pot, so I couldn't even do the weak stuff, the weak sauce. I did try shrooms once. They're hallucinogenic, what can I tell you? I picked them myself, though. I didn't pay for them. Like, people that pay for drugs, that's weird to me. Why would you pay for drugs when they're like laying out on the street for you to pick? Yeah, it's very next level. So it was tough to live there. It was tough to raise kids there after a while. Then I went to Seattle, and then Seattle got bad, so I left Seattle. But my kids were already teenagers. Well, they were like almost 20. My youngest was 16 when I left Seattle, but there was no hope for him because he was afflicted with a mental illness called schizoaffective disorder. So there was that. It was difficult. Hey, life ain't easy. I'm telling you. But I have nothing to be ashamed of. It wasn't easy being the boots on the ground sober one all the time, always taking care of everyone. I remember when I bought my house. I had a house in Texas, and then I moved to Vegas. I bought a house in Vegas, and then COVID hit, which harmed me in ways that you can't imagine, like financially. But anyway, somebody asked, I had this roommate who could fix things so that I wouldn't die, like, air conditioners and, everything in a house. He was like a apartment manager, and people would ask him, how did Dory buy her house in Vegas? And he asked me, I was like, well, with paper clips and buttons like everyone else does. They just scrape some stuff together and throw it on a platter, hope it sells. Yeah, we're all on the run. Band on the run. Band on the run. So when I couldn't start to afford Vegas anymore because of COVID, I had to sell my house, and that's why I ended up first in LA, Orange County, and then where I am now. Who knows where I'm going to be next? I'm going to either be somewhere of my own. Oh God, they're talking about moving to Chicago now. I don't. They might just leave me here, dump me here. Okay. Yeah, on the run. Well, it's a sign of the times. I think that's what I mean. I think that's what you mean, right? Vegas too. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? I couldn't walk in a casino because there's so much cleaning spray in the air, and I have allergies that I had to leave. Leave the building, or you're going to die. Yeah, the thing with Vegas too is it was tough on them, I suppose. I mean, they make a lot of money anyway, but and they give a lot of freebies out. So I used to get my free meals at the casino sometimes. They'd send the locals coupons, 2 for 1. No, not 2 for 1. Like literally free play, free parking, and 2 buffets. I get like one a month with 4 coupons like that in there. So once a week I could go to a casino buffet. And then maybe 3 or 4 different casinos would mail me those, so I could go and bring a friend. That was the thing. And if I didn't have a friend, I'd walk through the casino and grab somebody and say, hey, you want a buffet? Come and eat with me. Whatever. So, that's how I survived during my son's mental illness. I couldn't work anymore because I was so afraid he was going to go to prison or something would happen. I can't even tell you the things. There were so many things. Anyway, I survived. I'm surviving this shift in nature, Mother Nature. I've always felt like my life has a mind of its own. It doesn't do what I tell it. You found LV a little depressing. I lived in the old black neighborhood of Las Vegas, where all the entertainers built houses so they could, because they weren't allowed to stay in the hotels. So they built these little houses, and they were all built by a black architect, designed them all. And there's a little restaurant called the Seven Seas where all the famous people would go and hang out. It was there until COVID, and then COVID, even that place shut down. Like I am really good at finding a way of life. Like I don't just sit around and expect life to happen. I'm good at looking for a way of life, depending on where I am, because I grew up like moving to different countries and stuff where people didn't speak the language. So that's what one of the characteristics I developed was looking for a way of life. Double HH barbecue. I don't know if I went there. I might have. I did eat out. I love the Chinese buffet because they're like $8 for all you can eat buffet. And I used to go to Subway, and they had the donut shop in the Subway, so you could get 13 donuts for the same, for cheaper by the dozen. Yeah, I talk about my life. I talk about what I know. I don't pretend to be an artist or a crafter. I just talk about how things that happen in my life. I let my mind meander through because I'm drug free. I can do that. So don't anybody that does drugs or is alcoholic, it's not my fault that I'm this way. I should have done what you did so I'd be more palatable for you. Sorry, just kidding. The Clark County Museum. And I went to here. That's where I took my daughter and son-in-law. This is before they had a child. We came to visit, and we went to Hoover Dam. And I drove through the State National Park at Boulder. I think you take a left or whatever. Anyway, We went over to Hoover Dam. It's frightening. And I'd gone to Hoover Dam when my kids were little. Took a road trip to Houston from Vancouver and stopped at Hoover Dam. And we parked in the parking. First, we went to the gas station, right? Which makes sense, right? And then we got drinks, the giant drinks you can get at gas stations full of ice. And I had a cooler in my car so that wherever we went, we could like buy stuff and just throw it in the cooler for the kids to eat while we're traveling. And so we put all the drinks in the cooler with ice because you get your ice for free at the gas stations. And then when we got to the parkade for Hoover Dam, we had to cross the road. It was just across the street. And we were on the second floor. We just walked down the ramp and walked across the street. And by the time we got across the street, every single ice cube had melted in our drinks, in the giant drinks. That's how hot it was. Yeah, they have more museums per capita in Las Vegas than any other city in America. Yeah, they have a lot of museums. That's why OJ got in trouble, because people collect paraphernalia here for the museum stuff. And he saw some of his own. Went to prison over it. I don't know why people, I mean, even if you are a celebrity superstar, I don't understand why your stuff is so important to you that you would actually go to prison, or like fool yourself into believing that you're not breaking the law and then go to prison. It was funny that he went to prison. That made me laugh. But the fact that I'm speaking openly now that I don't live in Vegas and he's dead. But back then, I was afraid to speak on it because he lived in my town. I was like, oh, he's such a cracked. That was one of the celebrity coke addicts, was Nicole Brown Simpson and OJ. That was one of the deliveries that he used to make. So I don't know. Maybe he's a liar, but I believed him. I've heard stories, man. I could tell you. People tell me stuff. It's that baby face. They're like, oh, she won't tell anyone. Let me just impress her. They think they're going to scare me with their scary stories. Little do they know that my mother and I used to, when we lived in LA, my mother and I used to go to Watts because they'd have these pop-up warehouse clothing sales. And we'd be like the only white people there. And then we went a couple times, and then my mother says to me, "Oh, don't tell your dad we're going here. He'll make us stop." Be worried. Hi, Diamond Art. Mount Charleston. Yes, I like driving across America. There's so many things to stop for. Like that's why I don't like to fly. Well, that's not the only reason why I don't like flying. I understand people want to get there quick so they can have a real vacation. But part of the vacation for me is all the stops along the way. That's what I enjoy. Those are the stories that you tell, right? The weird stuff that can happen on the road. Did somebody ask for your feet pictures, Dan West? I can't believe that. Somebody asked for a man's foot picture? I Never mind. I was going to say something, but I'm not. Never mind. Who are we worried about? Darnell? Who are we worried about? Or who are you worried about? So I can worry too. I'm actually pretty good, Kirsty. Oh, he. It's a he. Who's he, Dan? You guys are talking and not including me in the chat. Oh, but Dan can't. Dan has all of his friends blocked. Sorry. Yeah, he does. That's his own fault. If he wants to go around blocking people, they'll block him back or whatever. I don't know. Who cares? I don't care about blocked people. I talk about them. I talk smack about people that are blocked and that have me blocked. I mean, I don't block people. Like, I don't understand. That's another thing. I don't understand people on their channels. They talk about things that they, they can't overcome for whatever reason. And they'll say, well, it's simple. You just block that person and, it's over. No, it's not over when you block someone. They still exist. What I like to see is people changing their behavior and learning from their mistakes. But no, that's not good. Let's just block everyone. Blah, 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 blah. Because they're not learning from their mistakes either. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff against terms of service, against things they shouldn't do. Talking about grifting. Oh my God, they're grifting basically half the, and then complaining about complaining about the things they're actually doing themselves. No, like change your behavior. This is the point. Okay, we're not gonna. There's certain words that we're not gonna use, Darnell. Okay, no offense, but no. Some words I just find offensive. I'm just not gonna let you say them. Think of some other way to say it. You peered into his soul. Wow. Yeah, that's his biz. So we'll just not talk about his biz, okay, Darnell? I'm gonna hide that too, Super Cereal, but it is funny. Sorry about that. You guys are a hoot today. See, you've been lonely, tired. I'm here in America. I'll take you're tired and you're hungry. All the people that, don't fit in Krama. That's one reason why I don't talk about Laura, because she just talks about people from the Krama, like as if she's part of that scene. And she's not. She's just been drama her whole life, and Candles. Drama and Candles, fine. And racist, and she's like tried to get to know some criminals. That's about it. But I don't talk about her because she's in that. She tries to think she's in that community, and she's like so not. Now, if you want to call that orbiting, she totally is an orbiter. Let's just say that. You're welcome, Darnell. That's my whole point. I'm trying to be fun. I'm trying to have fun. If I'm not having fun, how can other people have fun with me? So, yeah, like, okay, we can talk about like what's going on with these like people that are suing each other. She feels so butthurt that nobody's tried to sue her yet because she's not important to them because her channel's not big enough. You have to grow your channel to a certain size before people are going to be worth. You're going to be worth suing. So what she did. Okay, this is Perplexed, who's done egregious, horrible things on YouTube. I'm not going to talk about them because I don't talk about those true crime people, about them. But I'll talk about her channel and what she does on her channel. now. I mean, the things she used to do, oh my God, exploiting her children. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. But anyhow, she has a big channel. It's not huge, but it's pretty big. And she hasn't used it for 3 years because she's trying to keep it pristine because she wants it to be for actual true crime. It's not for what she does on YouTube these days, but she's saving it for when all the true crime people have over exhausted themselves to the point where they can't be seen on YouTube anymore, which is going to happen eventually. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a lot of lawsuits. A lot of people's money is going to be stolen out of their pockets. It's just the way things work around that. When you're in true crime, it means probably you're a criminal. That's why you're there. Okay? So just keep that in mind when you're watching true crime. True crime, is run by a bunch of criminals. It's a conglomerate of criminals. You know who you'd call if you tried to rob a casino, or you'd call me to find out how to do it. That's what they said about my son, my youngest son, the schizophrenic. He's he had to go when he went to college. A bunch of kids from Chicago decided to rob a car, and it was in a driveway, and it was the prosecutor's car, and it had a handgun. So they robbed this car, took the prosecutor's handgun, and they were hanging out with my son, and they all ended up on gang charges. I had to take him to court and all. Oh, it was a mess. Anyway, one of the rich kids' parents, they're all black kids, right? So they were profiled anyway. I guess some of them had done credit card fraud. So my kid hadn't done anything but be in the car and have his name written down one time. So he was included in that group. And when they went to court, my son comes and he tells me, we got him off because he had to do probation because one of them had a real fancy lawyer, and we just took the Alfred plea, and they let him all go with probation. But anyway, so my son said that the judge said they thought my son, was the kingpin of the gang because he was smarter than the rest of them, and he hadn't done anything illegal, so he had to be the kingpin. I'm like, okay, lesson learned. Okay, don't hang around with a bunch of criminals because you will go to jail. I really part of me wanted me to, because there was a couple of kids that went to jail in this gang at University of Houston. They went to jail for 4 months because they were poor kids from Chicago. They got to school on scholarships, and so they went to jail, and they got time served, and they didn't have to do probation. So part of me really had wished he'd gone to jail for 4 months, but I couldn't do it. I'm a mom. Is that exploiting my child after his death? I'm sorry. Is that bothering you, Carrie? Whatever. Don't care. So that's just an example of how difficult it is to leave your kids even in college. You just don't know what's going to happen. I know it's the third ward. It's cool down there, where all the cool kids hang out. I was living in Southeast Texas back then, working in Louisiana when he went to U of H. My boyfriend from Texas grew up in Third Ward, so I know all about the Third Ward. I'm talking about the one that was delivering for the celebrities. He was a basketball star. He went to the school. He went to Purdue on a basketball. What do you call it? Scholarship. And him and his friend. They took him and his friend out of the third ward, put him in Purdue, and they took that school to the national championship for the first time. Anyway, I think they came second. They didn't get but anyway, so there's like all these, whatever. I'm not sure if it was there were some other schools he went to that he got. They did really good for them. But then he went to Summer League in LA. That's where he met the celebrities. And he got in a car wreck and he couldn't play basketball anymore. Of course, my boyfriend was black, Super Serial. Why do you think Richard's so jealous of me? He wishes he had a black boyfriend. I know there ain't no white folks, except for me. I've been there. That guy had 12 brothers and one sister. There was 14 of them. You're dang right there ain't no white folks in Third Ward. Then they moved over to his mom met this farmer right by Katy. You know where Katy is. Well, what's it called? Welder? I think the name of the town is Welder. They have a Dairy Queen. That's like their their town square is the Dairy Queen. Welder, Texas. And he wasn't really a farmer. He did road grading. He had like a truck company with pickup trucks and dump trucks, and they would make gravel roads for farmers. How do you know all this stuff, Super Zero? How do you know all about me? Me and my boyfriend. Every town in Texas has a Dairy Queen. You know, Dairy Queen's from Canada, right? It's a Canadian company. So is A&W. Yeah, I can tell you some stories. His mom had 14 children. She had 5 husbands. Their kids grew up in the third ward. And lucky for him, see, his grandmother had 18 kids, and she was Native Indian. So there was one other person that wasn't black, and that was his grandma. And she was she lived down the street. And when he was 12, he moved to grandma's house because his auntie had 3 kids, and she dumped him off at grandma's place. And they sent him over there to take care of grandma and the kids after grandpa died when he was 12. So he said he used to go to school. He said his brothers used to beat him up on the way to school for his lunch because grandma packed him a really good lunch. Yeah, 18 kids is. I won't tell you. I met her. I won't tell you what she said to me. It's so funny. She cracks me up. She was a little tiny skinny lady. Yeah, 18 kids from one body. And his mother had 14. But his mother was a tall woman. She was like 6'1". Grandma was a little tiny thing. She was so cute. See, being that you only live once, I've just felt like I should be able to do what I want, go where I want. So I did. I survived. Maybe I could tell you some stories where I had some close calls, okay? But I survived. My grandmother in Canada had a friend that had 26 kids. So it's a Korean convenience store. I forget. You know, I lived in Houston for a couple of years. Side class. Yeah, 26 kids. And Amy, this lady, she was a little tiny thing too. She had like several sets of triplets and twins. That's why she had so many. But she also, they lived on a farm. The kids, the boys, all slept in the barn. The girls slept in the house. I think they were mostly boys though. Yeah, I mean, I'm only 5'2", and the lady with 26 kids was shorter than me. Yeah, it's a life being pregnant, and you know when you have twins and triplets, you're not moving around too much either. So it's a life just like laying around. Thank goodness for TV, right? That's how they used to treat women back in the day. Um, I don't know about, yeah, I don't know about in America, but in Canada, I don't know when they started doing this, but after 10 kids, they don't cut you a bigger check on welfare. They only allow you to count up to 10. But I think mostly by the time you've got 10, some of the kids are adults now anyway, so you could still end up with 26 kids and it's still, you know what I'm saying? So the kids that are over 18 should go to work. But I don't know how they do it in the United States if they get a bigger check all the way up to 20. If she'd been in, she probably did get a big check because they were on the farm. Definitely farm life. And you can own in Canada if you own a house in a rural place, you can go on welfare even as a homeowner. But if you live in the city, you can't go on welfare if you own a home. You have to sell your house. So they have certain rules there that I don't know if they are the same. So in order to if you want to be in a house but on welfare life, you have to live. on rural property. But they're trying to encourage that in Canada because they're underpopulated there. The country is so big and they have a low population still. But it's tough to live there. I'm telling you, it's not that easy. I don't think you can have any unless you get a uterus. If you got a uterus, or can you borrow a uterus? My daughter talked about freezing her eggs, and I said I can lend you my uterus. It works. My uterus is fine because she can't have any more kids unless she gets a surrogate. I said I'll lend you my uterus. She was like, "Oh my God." I know, it's the thought of it, right? I don't know. People are like, these days, it's like they don't even care if they have kids anymore. They're like, don't need kids. Don't. I mean, there's going to be a decline in population. I'm predicting it because people look at people in politics and go, oh, this is what we're producing. Never mind. Let's not have any. Let's just have fun with the rest of our lives. Kids are noisy. Yeah. But guess what? So am I. I'm noisy, so I don't care if kids are noisy. I don't, I kind of don't notice the noise. There's other noises that bother me. Like, I don't like the sound of a fan or the feeling of a fan, but I got used to the sound. But I can't, I don't know. Oh, did you get a surrogate, Darnell? You have to answer yes or no, otherwise, people will start a rumor about you. Yeah, silence can be deafening. I can take either or, but I don't like the sound of lawn equipment, especially when I'm outside. It's very annoying. Leaf blowers, weed whackers, lawnmowers. I don't understand. Why do people have to constantly mow that grass? Well, I don't know what you're referring to, Darnell. Was it a cult? Was it? I don't know what you're talking about. You like the sound of lawnmowers? I don't because I know I'm going to have to go inside because I can't be around all that grass. Not right away. Like I have to wait like 30 minutes and then it's out of the air, kind of. Oh, you know it. When you know someone who does surrogacy. Yeah, like I offered to my daughter. She's like, gave me a look like you're crazy, mom. She'd rather pay someone $50,000 or whatever it is than have me do it because she'd have to feed me, give me good food. What? Darnell? Were they like imprisoning these women and forcing them into surrogacy? Yeah, we need Dana right now. Where is she? Where's Dana? We need to hear her voice. It's not. It's not good enough just to see her type in chat or have someone pretend. You need her real life voice. Yeah, see, people come to my channel now just to see if there's going to be a Dana sighting. Well, how does that make me feel? I'm fine with it. It's okay. There's more baby farms in China. And what are they doing with the babies? They're adopting them out? I mean, you can find money in anything. Literally any human activity, there's money attached. There can be money attached to it. Yes, she should be here soon. It's only 10:23, so it's 8. Wait a minute, it's still pretty early there. It's still 7:23. Give her a chance to have a cup of coffee. Yeah, we know that, Super Serial. I knew a guy in Seattle who dated hookers. His name was Dave. Maybe you know him. Male and female? Okay. Anyway, his name was Dave. And I don't know why Google is hiding your comments. Super Serial, stop. Anyway, let's see. What was I saying? I just lost my train of thought. Like that never ever happened before. This little seed blew off into the sidewalk by itself. Fell off a big giant tree. That was me. I drift with the wind. I go where the wind blows me. I have to make myself more appealing if you want Dana to show up. She likes appealing people. I'm not saying that I'm like good looking or anything. No, that's not what I mean by appealing. She likes people that have the it factor, you know. So you can look however you want, sound however you want. You just have to have that it factor. Okay, what's going on here? I hate that stupid heart. I know Jeff did a tutorial on how to remove the heart, and I never looked at it, and I've never removed the heart. So maybe one day I'll look at it. You have tea? What's the tea? What tea have you got? Tell me some tea. I want some gossip. Yeah, that's different. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like people that have cults where children are just a commodity. Like for instance, Scientology. Children are a commodity. They teach people to be robots. They take their children from them at a young age and teach them how to clean toilets at 2 years old, and it's by 6 years old they're doing remote viewing or whatever, space alien stuff. They're a commodity, and this is what the government should be focusing on. What is happening to the children of America, because it ain't good. It's hard enough, trying to keep your own children away from the bad people. But to literally go and have your children, like, in a cult, just so that they can, whatever. Just, it's too much. Child labor laws. Why do we have child labor laws? Are there any real child labor laws? Do they work? Or are they just on the books? And who do we take to court? It's hard to even get an arrest when somebody... Never mind. Someone has to type so I can read the rest of Dan's... There we go. Okay. Screenwriters are asking for the requested cast members to call in on cue. Okay, what are we referring to here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one should talk to her. Oh my goodness, I can't really follow what's going on in the chat. Okay. Oh, the super boring you think is Carrie. Okay. Maybe. It really doesn't matter because they're still super boring. Even if they aren't Carrie. Carrie was super boring. And her troll account is super boring. If that's Carrie. Could be anyone. But it was an attempt at a humor. It wasn't a terrible attempt. I personally like people that are a little bit boring, like me, because I am. I'm not looking for, like, super hype. Like, these guys the self-help guys that they get on stage and start saying, and you too can be like this, just follow my plan, while he's raking in millions of dollars from you, and you're not earning anything because you're just watching. You're not actually doing anything. Okay, so you're watching the circus clown on the stage, the self-help guy. He's the circus clown. I don't like watching clowns. So when I was in Houston, this guy was telling me about this, and I think it was Tony Robbins. It probably was back in the day. He was saying, because they're into these big giant churches in Houston too. They have these gigantic churches. So anyway, they were talking about, you got to go see this guy. He can help you, like, make lots of money and blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't want to go and watch that. It's boring. I'm not interested. Like, I don't want to go and watch it. And back then, I'm going to assume it was Tony Robbins. Like, it was huge. And I forget, it was at some big arena. Like, I don't want to watch some idiot tell me how much money I can make while he's taking my money. Why would I do that? That's him making money. You have to get to the point where you can hire a manager to put you in an arena so you can make that money yourself. But I don't want to be the circus clown either. I just want to talk with you guys. And if you guys want to come up on the panel and talk, you can do that too. Okay, I'm going to try and read what. Hi. Oh, hi, little miss. Then don't what? What are we doing? Oh yeah, I don't know who you're talking to. Who's got horse teeth? Me? Probably not. I don't have enough teeth to be considered a horse anymore. Okay, so who's got the horse teeth? And who walks on coals? I've done that. It's not that hard. You have to move kind of quickly though. Okay, so I'm going to try and read what Darnell Dodge said. I was telling someone earlier. You might let me and Jason mod because I don't block and he does. Oh yeah, so he can do the blocking and I'll do the unblocking for you. Sure, Darnell. I would go over to your channel and unblock the people that Jason blocks if you want. That would require me to be available. So you can only go live when I was available. Oh, Tony Robbins has horse teeth. Yeah, I mean, in order to be a circus clown and get people to stare at you, you have to have teeth like a horse. And I remember when I went to American high school, right? Little Miss does not block people. It was somebody else. Don't believe that. Little Miss is too lazy to even lift her wrench. Okay, stop. Don't accuse her. Just kidding. Anyway, so I went to an American high school. I graduated technically in America with a bunch of American kids and some other foreign kids. John Tesh, okay. So I try to avoid watching people like that, Little Miss, so I don't know too much about them. So anyway, when I went back to Canada, I think it was Canada, people asked me, so what's the difference between Americans and Canadians? So you guys are going to get mad at me. I know it. I just know it. But anyway, I'll tell you the truth. People ask me, what's the difference between Americans and Canadians? And you know what my answer was? Okay, try and think of an answer. I'll tell you what I said. They were like, seriously? Yeah, was not lying. Tesh has a cult of his own. Yeah, well, all those guys, they're all cult leaders, right? Which is like, give me your money and your women, and you guys just be my slaves, whatever. Okay, so the difference between Americans and Canadians. I noticed that Americans have really big teeth. Not all Americans, but you're going to find a lot more big tooth people in America. Except for, of course, Jim Carrey, who was Canadian, and he moved to America. He also has big teeth. Just saying. You don't know who the canon of Amy is? It's Amy, Little Miss. Come on, Lil. It's Amy. You know Amy, right? You know who Amy is. Well, we don't know who Amy is, but we know Amy. We don't need to know who Amy is. OPP, Other People's Problems, Ontario Police Patrol, what? And Canadians have giant foreheads, which is telling, isn't it? Ask Rick Moranis. Or what's his name? With the big forehead? The actor. You know who I'm talking about. From Meatballs. Canadians never lose their baby teeth. That's funny. Big teeth. They don't allow you to file them down. But anyway, that's what I noticed. Although I have to be honest, I could only compare myself and the other Canadians that were in the school to the American kids. But it seemed like the American kids had bigger teeth. That was the difference. Little Miss likes people. Yeah, I'm not saying all Americans have big teeth, but in general, they have bigger teeth than Canadians. Does Justin Trudeau have big teeth? I think he does. Maybe he does. There's a few people. Okay, so, one of the things I discovered, if you go on YouTube, this is another fantastic discovery that I've made. If you go on YouTube, okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. About the maple syrup? Oh, I get it now. But no, they don't. You're right. What Americans do? That's funny. You guys do realize this is the over 18 crowd just rolled in. They just woke up, got out of bed on a Saturday morning. Oh, yeah, but Little Miss, she's on Dana's time. Do you want to give Dana a call? We've been waiting a couple hours here in the live chat, waiting for an hour and a half. It's been an hour and a half. We're still waiting. She's not here yet. I'll be exhausted by the time she gets here. I'm drinking my coffee. I'm not going to ask Little Miss how she would know that, but she's just putting it out there for others to hear about. Oh, you don't call people anymore? Or you never did it? Darnell, did you have to go to Mexico to get that done? Because they won't do it for me. I've asked them, and they're like, no, your teeth are still good. I want dentures. I want all my teeth pulled and just dentures. Because I'm tired of worrying about my teeth. And I'm 70. I think I should be allowed to have dentures. I'm drinking my coffee. Purple. Purple is the color of royalty. I think it was a difficult color to get back in the day, and that's why you wouldn't see many people wearing purple unless, you had an ermine and purple cape. You know those long capes royal people wear? I forget what they call it. You have a flipper? I need one for the bottom front. That would work for me. but it's just whatever, whatever. Yeah, people are starting to wake up. The, the crowd is growing. My audio is good today. That's good to know. Like, please tell me if my audio is bad because I can fix it. Oh, and I better plug my phone in because it's at 7%. So if you lose me, that's why. So I'm going to plug in, and then I'm going to look for the long cord so I can plug that one. Where did I put the long cord? Oh. Okay, so I plugged you in, and I'm just going to go plug this one in the wall and come back and get the phone and replug it. So I didn't want to lose connection. I heard an alert. I'm getting I just got a text. Somebody wants to give me a ride to the store. So I might do that. That means I won't be able to talk to Dano for you guys. Oh well. I tried. But let me see. I gotta check my back bus schedule. Okay, let me just mute for a second. Are you guys still there? Sorry, I had to. I can't find my bus schedule. Let's see. Okay, I gotta mute. I gotta phone this lady. I might still be live for another. Let's see, 10, 11, 12. I have another 2 hours probably. I'll let you know. I've got to mute for a second. We'll see, because, oh my goodness, the next bus isn't till 1, as far as I can read. I don't know if I'm reading this right. 12. 12:54 is basically 1 p.m. I know, 2 hours for the bus. She might decide to come and pick me up at my house instead of me going, because that bus will take me to her house, but she might want to leave earlier. I'll find out. I send her a text. She's deaf. It's so hard to call her. All these old people are so difficult. But I want to go get some instant coffee, so. So if she's available to take me to the store, I'll go. For sure. Sorry I can't read the chat for the minute. I'll be transferring the phone over to charge it in a second. Waiting for her to reply. I'll show you my little shopping bag I have. I think I already showed you. I do such boring stuff on my channel. Sorry. Okay, I've got that. I need my key. It's attached to my purse. Oh yeah, I need my purse and my key. So I'll be ready just in case. Oh, look, people are coming in. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to stay on for another hour and a half or so. Or at least an hour. Unless my phone blows up. Okay, back to the chat. I have an extensive network. There's a fungus among us. Oreo scientist is here. Randy broke up with Chloe? What? Are you serious? Wait a minute, what happened? I missed all the really juicy chat. All the relationship chat. Oh my gosh. I have to read it now because if I don't, you know how long it takes my chat to process when. Phone a lady, yeah. Yeah, I can either take the bus over to her place, and it's that same bus that I take, or she can pick me up here. But it saves her like 10 cents in gas if I take the free bus over there. But I don't know if she's going to want to wait till 1 o'clock because that's the next free bus. Send the raccoons in. Okay. Sure. Oh, see, that's her. Let me just mute for a second. Okay, I'm going shopping, but not right now. I'm going shopping at 12:54. So that means 12. I got to give myself a few minutes. So like around 12:30, I'll leave. I'll leave here at 12:30. Maybe I'll take a little video on the way to the bus stop. But I'm charging my phone as we speak. So I will have a charge on my phone. Okay, so back to the chat. Where was I'm really proud of myself to be able to stream for, how long have I been streaming? Almost 3 hours without anybody on the panel. That's awesome. And you know who just dropped a video? It's Jeff and Jordan TV. They're my favorite Big Brother channel. That they got married on, not on Big Brother, but I think Big Brother might have paid for their wedding because they met on Big Brother and they did 2 or 3 seasons of Big Brother together. But they totally met. It was a very cute little story. Yeah, I don't like that either. Okay, let's go back to chat. Phoning a lady. Oreo Science says, this is boring, as she has a live stream set up to talk about the most boring people. Don't talk about people, Oreo Scientist. You're making an error. People come up in conversation, but I don't talk about them. Yeah, we are waiting. We're all here waiting for Dana the Celebrity. Coda should come over sometime if he's not feeling it. He doesn't have to, but it'd be cool. He hasn't been over here for a while. JB comes over now and then. He actually helped me fix my audio. Such a good guy, you know. And we talked about, you know, the old days in Eastern Canuckdom when I was a teenager. I don't know how old JB is, but like I'm probably old enough to be his grandma. It's too early for Coda because he's on the West Coast and he's still sleeping. Okay. No, I don't buy cookies, Oreo. I know you are a cookie. So if I'm going to have a cookie, I'm going to get it for free. I don't pay for cookies. It's like, for me, it's the same as drugs. If I have to pay for it, I shouldn't do anything. I shouldn't have it ever. That's how I am. Who ran off? Oh, me. Yeah, I ran off. Okay. Yeah, I don't like pumpkin spice. I like the spice, but I actually like those spices in like jerk chicken sauce or jerk curry goat, something like that. Where you put like the pumpkin spices, you don't use them for pumpkin. I don't use them for pumpkin because I don't really eat pumpkin. It's a carbohydrate that I do not need. There are carbohydrates that I do need, like ice cream. Yes, there are some carbs in ice cream. I get the 0 added sugar Klondike bars. I recommend those for people who like their carbs hard and frozen. Oh, let's see. I need to put pure vanilla extract and maple syrup in. You're talking about pumpkin, but if I'm going to do anything pumpkin-like, I'm going to cook an acorn squash or a butternut squash, and I'll put butter and brown sugar or maple syrup or whatever you want in the squash and bake it in the oven. And then put sour cream on top. Oh my God, that's to die for. I don't like all that nasty pie stuff. I mean, I'll eat it if I have to. And when I did eat pumpkin pie, I usually skip the crust because nobody makes a crust like my mother. I can make a good crust, though, when I put my mind to it. Actually, I don't think Glowy qualifies for monetization under the current guidelines. You have to have 10 million views in a 90-day period and do that every 90 days. So she'd have to do that more than once. So she could be monetized for like 15 minutes. It won't help her. Yeah, I did. Yeah, come on. Let's not go over the old stuff, right? And here I am going over it. Is Chloe here? Where's Randy? Randy still likes me, even though he might not like Chloe as much as Chloe likes him. I think maybe Randy realized that Chloe just wanted to use him to move to America. It happens sometimes. I'm reading your hidden comment, Oreo scientist. Yes, he probably does, but I'm not going to show that. Yeah, I mean, there's rejection on both sides, Root. I agree. Just happens. Well, yeah, of course Chloe is alive. Haven't you been following her? She does posts. She's very polite. She's not talking about her business on YouTube. We are, apparently. Apparently we're allowed to, but nobody else is. And we're just making it up because we didn't hear it from her. Uh, who's August? Oh, no. That boat sailed, Dan. The Richard boat has sailed. What would capture? I'm talking about video shorts because they're monetized separately from the long version. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nanya. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to start the rumors. I was just reading the chat and it came up. It just happened. I don't have any proof. It's just a rumor. Absolutely, somebody made up a rumor. so, so that's what's happening. Little Miss loves caramel apple pie, and you know what? Nothing wrong with that. That's for sure. I bet she makes a mean caramel apple pie. You know what my favorite pie is? Anyone care? No, probably not. We don't care. Root Demon or Damon is going to dig deeper into the glowy Randy story we're unhatching. It's our new telenovela on Dory's channel, the I Found Dory channel. We're going to delve into the lukewarm love affair of Randy and Glowy. Darnell's an American, but anyway, just saying. Oh, girls don't come to the Discord movie night anymore in the Palapalooza room. I don't go. I never get invited, and I'll never go, even if I did get invited. Discord is not my cup of tea. I just rather have real friends or YouTube. On YouTube, I get random people to talk to, some that I know for a long time. I know, aren't they? We're all so clingy. Nanya, Nanya, why don't you come up on panel? I've only got like another hour before I have to shut it down. Come on up, Nanya. Everyone misses you. We're clingy to you. Nanya, that's fine. Canada's a very expensive place to live. There are no cheap places to live in Canada. I don't care where you go. So if you live with your auntie, cool. All right? He's a lucky guy to have his auntie. Not everyone has that, you know. Do you want him to be on the street? Is that what you're saying, Nanya? Come up here and say it to my face. Everyone is. We've got the cling wrap. Do you want me to tell you about my what is it? The dryer sheet conspiracy story? Sure. That's because I have an open chat, Nanya, and some places they're not allowed to chat, so they enjoy chatting here. But Jason still seems to think that he's above the chat. He's above everyone over here. So there's that. And then he still tries to come backstage and come on panel. I'm like, no, you can enjoy the chat and the side chat like everyone else. She wasn't talking about every single person here. Nanya doesn't. Well, okay, maybe she does. She made a blanket statement, but she didn't mean every single human. Okay, I don't know who you're talking about. Who's just like who? I don't know. Hi, Hanner. Finally, the voice of reason is here. Then you came in to start dumpster fires in the side chat. So here it's just you're right on time. Starting to happen right now. Keep your wits about you. Wow. It's a good thing I checked because I thought I was plugged in and somehow I got unplugged and now I'm down to 6%. Great. And I only have an hour to charge. I should be able to charge even while using StreamYard. Okay, what am I missing? See, this has been a slow roll. It started out, I think I had like 14, and 3 hours later I have 20. So I've gained 6 people got out of bed since I started streaming. That's pretty good. And I still have coffee. Feel like I should make a drink. Who offended you, little miss? We are going to do the victim awards at the end of the year again. So I need to know, need to collect my data on the victims. Chloe is here. Thank goodness. Yes, Chloe, I am obsessed by you. When you guys talk, I forget. I forget what you're talking about because many months I wasn't able to see my chat, so I didn't see all of the ins and outs and average, you know. We're all busted. Yeah. We're still here just to have fun. Our drama is very minimal. See, Chloe is our very lukewarm telenovela character, along with Randy. So they're both like red-blooded humanoids. They're not aliens, so we know that for sure now. Look, Oreo, there's no proof that she's single, even though she went and hung out with Randy, okay? We don't have proof of that, so don't start the she's single or married rumor. Chloe left her dedicated, loyal husband for some Randy. But just for a minute, it was like a hall pass. Never mind. Don't worry about it, Amy. It's fine. A boy named Sue. A guy named Amy. I love guys named Amy. There should be more guys called Amy, because the women that called Amy on YouTube are a bunch of liars. Let me tell you. If you want to get into the Amy, Scotty, they're now, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. Amy and Scotty are now co-hosts on Scotty's show against Nikki. And Robbie, whatever. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, really? This is what's happening now, Scotty? I spent 10 minutes listening to Scotty right after hearing about her woe is me stories on Andy's show. And so I went over to her channel to find out what she talks about. Oh my God, she's like, if you think I'm boring, talking about actual characters on YouTube is even more boring. And then I noticed that she's co-hosting her show now with Amy, who is another ex-friend of darling Nikki. It's so funny. This is the way the world turns on the YouTube streets. Holy macaroni. Yes. And I saw Tony Macaroni on Ali Wrights. That's what I watched yesterday. If you guys know who Ali Wrights is. I don't know. She's like not as old school as me, but she knows a few people from back in the day. It doesn't matter to me if you're swishy or not, Amy, because I never knew swishy. I only had swishy on my channel a couple times. So even if you are swishy, I don't know the difference. Oh, is that Morgan? Is Root Damon? Or which one's Morgan? Oreo or Damon? Root Damon. Oh, so that's Morgan. I saw Morgan recently in somebody's chat. Dancing. She was dancing. You don't see her over here much. She never really did show up around here, just to listen, probably. Scotty is Scotty with a D. Skadi. I know. I was like snorkel. She's one of those. Only drones on about one thing for 300 hours later, 5 days later. Boy, you gotta have to do full sentences because I can't keep up with your drama. Right? He still has a stream. However, he was demonetized, Root, so there's that. So he doesn't really win. But he sort of wins. Yeah, you can hang out on Jeff's because I need you to make it more interesting. He's a little bit dull. But he's working at it. He'll be fine. He'll be all right. He just lost his monetization for boring content. Blah, wah, ha, 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 ha. That's not exactly true, but for not listening to Dory. And he knows it too. He feels bad about it. I mean, he doesn't feel bad emotionally bad. He just feels bad that he's thought maybe I wasn't providing the kind of, service that I claimed I was, but apparently I was. And now he feels bad that he doubted me. Okay, see you later, Darnell. I don't know how long I'm staying, but I think till like 12:20 or 12:30. Yeah, Jeff has fans. I like to listen. I just don't like to chat over there because some of his mods are really rude to me, and nobody notices. So it's sort of like, I don't know how to explain it. You know, I'm not. They're not rude. Like they're not overtly rude. It's just like, when you're in high school and you go up to a group of girls and they don't really want you there, but they're being polite, but you get that feeling that you're not welcome. He's got women like that in his chat. I'm like, this is not interesting for anybody except for them, I guess. So when they stop doing that, probably more people will go over and chat. Like Damon, like Root should go over there and stir things up a little. I don't think he'll block you. Nanya, 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 Nanya. Oh, there's Randy. We miss you, Randy. We miss our telenovela. Amy, try to. I'm not going to tell you how to live, but try to be nice to Nanya. She's been through stuff, okay? She has. She she's living a decent, normal life, but she's been through some stuff, personal stuff. So I don't know. It's not like she's like grifting. She's not grifting with her personal stuff. So she does what she wants, which is, I like that. I like that she does what she wants. She doesn't bow down to whoever. I mean, even if she doesn't like me, I don't really care. She provides a certain interest group. I don't know why YouTube is like literally modding words like, oh, maybe they don't like the word Nanya. Um, Jean Paul Picard, or whatever your name is. We don't do true crime over here, so we don't talk about those serial killers. Thank you. But you're welcome to chat. And welcome to the chat, since you don't show up too often. But I guess there's not too many places that'll take you guys anymore but me, and maybe you could go over to Jason's. He'll probably take anyone right now in his chat. He feels lonely, so if you ever feel like you want somewhere to go over to Jason's. We can talk about processed foods because I'm allergic to pretty much all of it. So if you're talking about Spam, the Hawaiian delight, my daughter makes Spam for us, Hawaiian style. She cooks it so crunchy. So the history of Spam, it really started out, as a military food, something that, they had foods already like corned beef, Vienna sausages, but they wanted something easy to make and process that you could combine a bunch of different meats in there, whatever, pork or whatever. So they made this Spam. there were some brands called Spork, I think it was called Spork. Anyway, it's not really good for you, but anyhow, it's not going to kill you either, and it's easy to preserve. They preserve it in cans, like the Amish preserve meat in cans, but they don't put it like mystery meat. They actually preserve like real sliced beef or whatever in canning jars. It's a thing. I saw it on TV. I was like, oh, so jealous. I want a whole bunch of like that canned beef, put it in jars and carry it around with me. So whenever I want a snack, I can have beef. It's not jerky. I don't want jerky. I want just beef. Anyway, so the first time I had Spam was in the no, I'm going to say the mid 60s in Hong Kong. And our cook, we had a cook. She was a young girl. She was like 16, and she cooked for us. She lived at in our apartment. She had her own little suite in the back. And she would make me lunch. I would come home from school because I lived across the street from the school, and she would make me fried rice for lunch. So she would take her rice from the morning and make me lunch with it. And she'd use Spam because thinking that we're like Western people, that we would like that. So she would fry it up. And she showed me how she made it, and she made it in a electric frying pan. It was cool. She made me fried rice with Spam. That was the first time I ever ate it, and I thought, oh, why are you putting this crap in my food? But anyway. Oh, I'm losing track. Who had an affair with Samara? Swishy? I don't know. Who? I don't know. I don't know. Samara, you're being brought up. Call in Samara. We need Dana and Samara here. Remember when Samara and Dana couldn't get along? That was pretty funny. That was actually quite hilarious. So, Nanya, I guess that's a no. You're not going to come on panel. The link is pinned. Unless there's something wrong with it, let me know. He's on the MRE diet. I guess Samara was watching because as soon as I started talking about her, I went down one. So she doesn't like to listen to other people talk about her. Are you going to get caught up in the Randy love affair? You're going to move to a basement in Canada? Cool. You know, if it's not probably really a basement. They have something called split levels in Canada. They're quite popular. They have them instead of basements because you don't really want to be in a basement when the ground is frozen. So yeah, they do split level, and that way they don't have to grade the property. Like they can have the backyard can be higher than the front yard, or vice versa, whichever way they want to do it. Have you guys heard of a split level house before? It's almost like processed food. Same thing. It's almost a basement. It's almost food. You'll let Phil take the link? I can't let him. I'm sorry, Phil. We're gonna miss you over here, but you can't call people things like that. You can't use lady parts as as your verbally, or YouTube gets upset. Trying to keep a channel going. You can't just let everyone up that doesn't know how to act in public. My feeling is for a lot of these people that can't come up on YouTube, they probably can't go outside at where they live either, because they will either get shot or caught or thought. Cold gel packs. Sure, that would probably help out if your pants are too tight. Maybe, I don't know. Or if you're planning on a bigger family, because heat is bad, cold is good. Are you calling yourself a troll, Nanya? Please, I invited you, but you didn't want to come, so don't lower yourself to your level. Excuse me. Sorry. Say it to my face. At least these trolls aren't trying to take anybody to court. That's for sure. That's offensive. When people start trying to take people to court over YouTube quibble, that is a grift in itself. That's the biggest grift on YouTube right now. If you can figure out a way to get someone to charge you with something and then put out a fundraiser, that's the ticket these days on YouTube, right? Or anywhere. Oreo, we're not doing true crime, we're doing processed foods. So maybe that wasn't choking, maybe that was the Heimlich maneuver. The entanglements. You aren't saying anything to my face. You aren't saying anything. You're just in the side chat being a troll. Good for you. Calling people names. Good for you. It's Jason. Jason's the only one that wants to talk to you, Nanya. That should tell you something. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, though. That's not it. That's not what this is about. This is like, you don't want this smoke. Oh, you already know that, though. You've already tried. We'll see who's the last man standing. You can say hi. It's no problem here. You're allowed to say hi. Hi. I'll say hi back. Yeah, don't be scared. We're not going to make accusations about anyone. People can tell their own stories on their own channels, or they can ask a channel owner to platform them if they have a story to tell that they think will be helpful. And Oreo, I think you spelled all of that wrong. And that's what I agree with that comment, Chloe, to an extent. I mean, it's very difficult to um, maneuver these YouTube streets without like using some of your street smarts. John Luke, whatever happened, none of that was your fault. Whatever it may have been, I don't know what happened. I didn't. I didn't go over to her channel much. I went a few times. You know, but she's kind of like, for me, she was kind of like Coda. I hope Coda makes it. She didn't. She didn't make it. That's very sad. Tony Macaroni, I was talking about you. Did you hear me? Tony was over on Alley Wrights. If somebody has that channel, Tony's channel, if I still have a mod in here that is willing to do the work of dropping a link, that would be fantastic for Tony Macaroni 420. Tony, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm allergic to cannabis. So 420 is like, that's when I go into my bomb shelter and protect myself. Every day at 420. Anyway, that was funny because Ali said Tony's taking a link, and I was like, "Who's Tony?" Because when I read your channel name, is somebody dropping Tony's link, please? I'm not going to ask who, but that would be nice. I read it as, where are you? Tone Macaroni. Because it's Toney, Tone A, not Tony. So I didn't know who she was talking about. She pronounced it wrong, or you spelt it wrong, one or the other. How was I to know? You can't maneuver these streets with a high IQ and get it right, because people are deliberately doing things to like clickbait you into making mistakes all the time. Yes, I'm allergic to the THC oil. It's probably what I'm the most allergic to. Exactly, Randy. Board member Legion. Lots of trolls. Yeah, I'm very popular today with the trolls, but that's fine because I gave them time to wake up and come over. Usually I don't. Usually I just do a morning stream, and we're getting into like the noon times. That's when they all show up. But Tony, or Tone, I want to say Tone because that's what it's. I would like, not Toby, Tone Macaroni. I would just like to say that usually I stream on Saturdays with a link. No one's taken the link today. Everybody's fighting. I'll occasionally stream during the week, but not so much lately. But when I get a chance, I try to stream Saturdays though. But that everything's subject to change with me, so pretty much I just do what I want and whatever happens. So we've had controversy in here. There's been a lot of, I'm going to say, channels lost despite my good advice. So people are coming in here searching for reasons that they can't find anywhere else. They don't even know what questions to ask. And Darnell has her own autocorrect. Like, who cares? Nanya, why are you white knighting for somebody called Jeff? Is that your husband? No. Who cares? He's fine. No one's bothering him. That's the problem with this channel right now. It's very boring. No one's bothering him and he can't think of anything to talk about. Okay, let me see. Who's in the backstage? Let's see. To be determined. Jason, you've been told. Stop it. You can't come on panel. What is so earth-shattering that you have to talk on the panel today? Just say it in the chat. I'll respond. Unless it's something you go over and over again. Oh yeah, and Tony, we have our own Amy over here. It's very popular. Oh, okay. Jason came up to tell me that no one took my link. But yes, he did try to take the link. You could have said that in the side chat, Jason. I'm literally looking straight at the chat. I'll let you up, Nanya. You can talk to him. If you come up, I might let Jason up and then I'll just jump off the stage and let you guys talk if you want. If that's what you want. But I don't want to talk to him because he doesn't listen. If he was listening, he wouldn't have, what, I don't know, I forget what happened to his channel, but it wouldn't have happened. So. You don't feel like talking to Jason, Nanya? Are we still talking about preserves, processed food? The people in the South are armed and ready. I'm not going to make anyone come up, but we're finding out, like, people are literally wondering what's going to happen next. Who's going to lose their channel next? Of course I miss you. Nanya, what? I would never lie about that. It's just that I don't want to talk to Jason. And for some reason you want Jason to talk, even though he has his own channel. You can go listen to him over there. That's right, Chloe. I want to hear I want to hear your voice, Chloe. Yes, we're completely obsessed with Nanya and Chloe and Randy and Jeff Everybody, all those people, we're very obsessed with them. Sorry, Dana, I didn't include you in that. I will only, since Dana's my YouTube bestie now, I will only include her if she says it's okay, and she didn't tell me. Amy's here for moral support for me. Thank you, everyone, for understanding. Well, why do you want him on my panel then? Why would I have him on my panel? Just because you said so? I like the way you said you appreciate me. It's awesome. I guess it's not Jason. Sorry, Jason. Or maybe now you just doesn't know how to act in public, can't read a room, whatever. See, Amy loves me. You can, I can do no wrong, Nanya, no matter what you say. Is she? Maybe. I have no idea. I don't follow him, whoever he is. I don't read his chat. It's very boring. He has the most boring chat because he has blocked every single troll, every single human that he doesn't like. They're all blocked over there. So his actual chat, side chat, is the most boring chat ever. So I'll listen to him because he's actually kind of interesting to listen to, and I like the cadence of his voice also. So I'll just listen to him. I don't even have to look at his chat because there's never anything interesting going on in the chat. There's no freedom of speech in his chat at all. None. That's right, Amy. I don't throw people under the bus. Even Nanya, I don't throw her under the bus. I know that she doesn't, what is that Christian saying that they don't know what they're doing when they're on the cross or something? Forgive them for they do not know what they have done. That applies to you, Nanya. That's your religion. And I'm going to give you that grace because you believe so hard. I don't know where she admitted that, Jason, but good for her. I probably wasn't there that day. Yeah, that's cool. That's what I like about Morgan. And she can take a shot, in the arm. Like I can punch her in the arm and she doesn't cry. She just tries to get Gloria to go back for me. Or Samara. Samara doesn't like to fight with me though. Because she knows better. She knows that I use my intellect. I don't use average tactics. Oh, I don't know. I forget, Nanya. I'm old. I'm 70 years old. You expect me to repeat what I said? I can't remember. Seriously. Wait till you get my age. Don't talk to me so bossy like. Stop it. Do you think I should eat a snack before I go shopping? Or should I just buy a big side of beef and throw it on the barbecue when I get home? Now I'll see what's on sale in the meat section and buy some of that. Hopefully there's some smoked turkey wings. I like those. I'll cook them when I get home. Anything from the cannabis plant puts me in a coma. So I have the fear of never waking up again. I should eat a snack before I shop. A sensible. At least I think about eating a snack before I go. Have you ever been in the grocery store and watched people like open up the popsicles, like the, whatever you call them, the choc, what are they used to call them Revel bars, and like open it up and take a bite, put it back in. I saw this lady eating directly out of the snack bar once, the hot bar. She was like just picking out chicken wings and spoonfuls of rice, fried rice and stuff. No one cares about Amish people. I don't agree with that. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about like the religion or whatever they're following, but the actual people. People do care about other people, so they would be like included. But they know a lot about horses and stuff, and I like that. Uh, Animal husbandry is like a really cool thing. Your nose keeps bleeding because you live in a dry climate. So my suggestion is stick Vaseline up your nose. Okay, can you do that so that your blood vessels don't break? I have no idea, Amy, but they do have razors, so they probably get bored sometimes and shave stuff. Who knows? Don't care. Did I tell you about my aunt that got married when she was 14? She told me stories I can't tell you. It's a terrible cult. Cults are terrible. You know, I'd like to tell you, but I can't. They're just horrible. It's terrible being raised in a cult. Let me just say, for all the children that are being raised in cults right now, I feel for them. It makes me very sad. Hey, Justin, you haven't been around for a while. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, it looks like I'm not going to do a panel today because my window of opportunity is closing. I don't like to have to kick people off once I get them on because I have to leave. But I love the chat today because everyone's talking and getting their nonsense out. You know, sometimes people have to talk with an alternate channel because they feel uncomfortable saying how they feel to people or around people. So that's fair. Use an alt account. It's fine here. You're allowed to do that for that reason. People don't use alt accounts here because I've blocked them in their regular account. No, that never happens. I'm just saying, if they don't feel comfortable with some of the people that come here, this is an open chat, and I'm not going to block them if they don't feel comfortable. Yeah, it depends on what part of Pennsylvania your barn is in. The devil is breathing. Ezekiel. I love those biblical names, though, even though I'm not a Bible person. There's some cool biblical names. I had a friend in Canada. Her name was Karen. Can you believe it? Fletcher. Okay, who's in the backstage? When I told them that I wasn't going to do panel now. I can't do it today, Justin, because I have to. I'm gonna go shopping pretty soon. Sorry. So I'm not doing the panel anymore. You have to get up early in the morning to do a panel with me. Anyway, good thing these are all fictional names. I lost my train of thought there for a second. Yeah, a lot of people. Okay, biblical names. So I knew this lady. Her name was Karen Fletcher. Remember the commercial for the "I'm fallen and I can't get up"? It was Karen Fletcher. Karen Fletcher was falling in her apartment. You used it your telepathy. Your telepathy. Where is she? I gotta go soon though. Okay, she's the only one I'll let up if she shows up. Anyway, so she had 5 kids, and her baby daddy she wasn't married to him, and she never lived with him. She would never. She would like she just used him as to produce children. It was so funny, Karen Fletcher. Anyway, so she was real pretty. I don't know. She was like really cool. Anyway, she had 5 little boys with him, and he was from Georgia, and he had the longest dreadlocks in Vancouver. And if anybody lived in Vancouver during those times, they'd know exactly who I was talking about. And she would make him like these long hats to cover his dreads so they wouldn't get dirty when he was walking around town because he didn't have a car, he didn't drive, and she just used him to produce children. So she had these 5 little biracial boys with biblical names, and we called them the Jackson Five. But her name was Karen Fletcher because she'd fallen and couldn't get up. That's how she would get pregnant, I guess. They were so cute. Yeah, she didn't get angry. She called a town meeting. It's so sad, right? Synthetic shampoo. you're you're pretty funny, Oreo. See, Nanya, you can't be jealous of all these people that at least have something funny to say. There was a family, speaking of being forced to eat her meals off a bucket in the driveway, there was a family in Canada that got arrested because they took their 7-year old, to punish their 7-year old, they made a sign and made him sit in the front yard holding the sign, made him sit in a chair in the front yard holding a sign saying words to the effect that he'd been bad. And the parents got arrested. It was pretty good. Does happen. You gonna go, Amy? Dana's not coming today if you leave. Okay. Yeah, get on with your life. Go ahead. I'm gonna get on with mine. There's no reason why you shouldn't. My goodness. I'm too old for this YouTuber stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, Randy. Randy, we don't care who likes and dislikes people around here. Just because, once bitten, twice shy. Just be more careful next time, okay? Read the signs. Sometimes you can't find out things until you meet in person anyway. Right. That's why you're here, Nanya, to make sure that my mind is blown, blown to three-quarters time. If I make a donation, you'll think about letting me what? You're not talking to me, are you? Nanya's very demanding. Did you notice that? She wants what she wants. That's what I like about her. She's not afraid to tell anybody. So how are we doing for okay, so my phone is actually charging. I'm up to 21%. Try spelling correctly so I can read your comment, Nanya, because I can't read it the way you wrote it. That's so embarrassing. You've got to edit yourself. And one of the things in editing is making sure you got the spelling corrected. No, not me. I don't have to donate. Good. I didn't have four husbands. I was only legally married twice. I had an American husband and a Canadian husband. Sure, glowy. That's really none of our business, though. I gotta mute. So, since we don't need any proof of Nanya's behavior, we can just remove that because you're not very nice, Nanya. We already know that, so just keep your name calling to a minimum. That's all. Summit. Again, you're not. Nobody listens to me. You didn't proofread your. It's fine. It's funny. Yeah, I like views, even though they don't really do anything for me. Like, I just, I just enjoy people. So the more people that come over, is more enjoyable for me. The more people that show up, it's just enjoyable for me. So when nobody shows up, it's fine. I mean, I'll have something to say, but I'll only talk for probably half an hour. I was disappointed the other day. What day was it? Saturday? No, it was Friday, I think. I can't remember. No, Thursday. I went to the pool Thursday, and they didn't have rib tips. I was going to do another review, but they were out. They just didn't bring them on Thursday for whatever reason. Fresh baked desserts are good, but I like a Klondike bar. Yeah, I just if the comment is really a lot of name calling, then I will delete the comment. She knows. She knows she can still talk. No, there's no genius catchers chasing her. Poor, poor Nanya. She's yelling into the abyss of nothingness. No one listens to her. They already know what she has to say is just a bunch of name calling. What would I do for a Klondike bar? I don't know. Do you need your bathroom cleaned? I'll clean your bathroom. And I want 6 Klondike bars for that exchange. Does that sound fair? And they have to be really nice and frozen. I can't eat them right after you get them back home from the store. They have to be put in the freezer and hardened up for me. It was nice to see you, though, Nanya. Sorry, just you don't want. I know you don't want to lose your channel, and you obviously you've noticed that people that say things on other panels now because of AI can find out where your channel is and delete your channel. That's what's been happening to people. Just so you know, if you accidentally say something egregious on someone else's channel, which I'm trying to avoid people doing because I want people to keep their channels, so I don't let a lot of people up on my panels anymore. I have a few that, I mean, listen, Dana wasn't allowed for a long time, but I eventually I let her up after about 17 years. She's allowed to come up now, but AI will listen to your voice and find your channel now and delete your channel, not my channel, your channel. But I still don't want you to lose your channel. So there's that. Also, if I allow it, they could delete both of our channels, just like happened to Evelyn when she was fighting with LB over politics. They were going back and forth in the community posts, and guess what? They both got banned. So now they're, trying to get a new channel going. That's fine. The only way you're going to get your new channel going or monetization, which is not even really worth it right now, but it is worth it to the extent that we know the rules are going to change again. Once they get rid of a lot of people by making it impossible to monetize, then they'll change the rules again after they get rid of a lot of those people that have just been abusing the system, using it to sue their friends for manufactured drama, screwing up the court system, because this is what YouTube does not want. They don't want to be responsible for people tying up the court system for nonsense, which is exactly what they're doing. Okay? And YouTube does not want that happening, so they're now making it impossible for people to monetize or keep monetized. And then that will leave the ones that are really abusing the system will be blatant. Everyone will see them. YouTube will see them. And then all those people will be annihilated and gone eventually. It's going to take a while, but this is the new world. This is the new world, and we have to figure it out. This is what I'm trying to do. I don't know why others don't try to figure it out. They think it's going to go away, the internet? No, it's not. The internet's going to be here. Probably YouTube will be here a long time. It's my most favorite platforms, so I don't use the other ones. So hopefully YouTube will figure this out, and they're doing a good job of it. I'm going to get off here so I can get a snack before I leave the house. But thank you, everyone, again, for showing up. And we entertained each other. How about that? Even you, Nanya, you were entertained. Don't lie. You cannot lie. And I also want this phone to charge a bit more. So bye for now. I'll see you when I see you. You don't want the smoke.